good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with The Witness. Now, at the very end of the last stream, we rode the Wonkavator, and that was formally the end of the game. But I've decided to go back and try to complete any remaining puzzles that I haven't finished so far, and my goodness, there appears to be a lot of them. Given that I've already finished the game proper, I did decide to spoil myself and look up online where I could find the remaining puzzles, because I don't want to spend a very long period of time just looking around to find puzzles. And I discovered that there's at least 160 puzzles, I think, that I haven't done yet, which is intimidating. Still, let's get into it. So yes. First thing we need to do is get out of this mountain. And then I should be able to show you something interesting I discovered. Oh yes, Jenny, I am quite well, thank you for asking. Why is there nothing... No guard here of any sort. Doesn't seem safe. No? Which way is the way back? Ah, through here. Very nice. Well, let's keep going. Nope, that's not the way. Through here, wasn't it? Nope, must be here. A little concerning. And we're back up. Just count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then that's the 10th. That's interesting, because I read somewhere that there was supposed to be 11 lasers in total. Didn't miscount, did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I don't seem to have miscounted. That's a bit odd. Anyway, the thing I want to discuss and show. So apparently the lake you have that is over there actually is a microcosm of the island itself. And in particular, apparently there are various items strewn about, well, I say items, various things strewn about the lake, which indicate which puzzles you've completed and where to find them. So that seems like a very good useful mechanic if our goal here is to try and complete every puzzle. Although I would say there are several areas we do already know about for which we haven't completed the puzzles yet. So perhaps going there isn't our first priority. I think what I'd like to attempt, actually... Goodness. I think what I'd like to attempt first of all is probably the puzzles in the town. If I can remember where that is. Is that another laser? Ooh. Perhaps there is another one. You need to find your way like this. There is no map in this game. No map that I'm aware of. Just have to remember. To be fair, I would say that this has been fairly well designed. The game, I mean, such that the locations do tend to be quite memorable, which helps a lot with navigation. Certainly an interesting one, isn't it? These can be rotated. That's good to know. So I think we're trying to organise these into pairs, but we've also got to meet the requirements of these shapes. Okay, so 2 of them can make a region like that, and 2 of them can make a region like that. That hits the bare requirement of having managed to contain all the shape origin points. Now actually well, the thing is, I note that we're going to need to include 3 columns. So I think we do have to create the shapes I just mentioned. I suppose that's not strictly true. We don't necessarily need the 2x3 one here. We could just have a single truncated L-shaped piece if necessary. That might work quite well actually, because we could have 2 of the no, that won't quite work. I was going to say we could have 2 of the long rectangular bits here and then capture that whole region, but we're going to need to capture at least 1 more star in addition. What about these 6, these 6, and then 1 more here? That would probably work. Just trying to think about the shape of it. So what does that end up with? That ends up with something like that, I think. Oh, but I've included too much here. We did need to... we did need to separate these. What if I did it like this? Yes, now I think we're getting somewhere. So there, then in there, up there, round there. I think that does it. So double check. In the top left, we have a single truncated L shape. Then on the right, we have two more of the truncated L shapes forming a 2x3 wide piece. And then we have another one of those for a high bit. There we go. That wasn't too bad. While we're at it, let's have a look at this one. This was the one I couldn't figure out how to solve, wasn't it? Because I don't know what to do about the odd shapes. Unless they can combine like so. Was that the rule we deduced from the... chromatic area? Problem is if it were, why did that not work? That is, I think, the only way I could completely separate the black stars. But if I did that, then I have a problem. I have a problem keeping these separate. We'll have to come back here, I think. Surely it's not empty. No. There's more to do down here. That looks like one of the sound puzzles. This also looks like a sound puzzle. Okay. Well, but why no sound? I mean, the speaker appears to be broken. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Ooh. There's stuff going on upstairs. No idea how we get there, mind you. Okie dokie. The only thing I can think is if there's a microphone somewhere and we're supposed to solve the puzzle at the microphone location, then go back down. I guess we'll have to just keep pressing on with this one then. Trouble is, I don't really know what the rules are here. I wonder. I wonder if it doesn't like the purple not being separated from the blue and the red. Tell you what, if we head back to the chromatic area up the mountain, perhaps we'll be able to find that same panel there. No way through. Okay. There's probably an entrance towards the bottom here then. Yes. Oh, I see. I don't need to separate colours from themselves. Oh, that's how it worked. I was grouping colours with similar colours. I see. And similar just appears to mean that through a certain light, they would appear to be the same. I say through a certain light, through a certain filter. Okay. Let's go back now and see if I can figure it out now I have that clear. I suppose part of the problem then is what light are they assuming? Or is it any light of my choice? Or what filter are they assuming? Hello Pengy, it's lovely to see you. Let's see. So for blue and purple to be the same, that would imply no red light is getting through. So this would be the equivalent of looking at it through a yellow filter, I think. I'm doing quite well. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? That wouldn't allow me to separate the yellow from the black, which is a problem. That was a long shot. Glad to hear that. How did your stream go yesterday? I believe you were beginning Firmament, were you not? How is it? Yeah, indeed, love that game. Wonderful news. Is it much like the old Myst games? I think it went well. I was just preoccupied with exploring and solving puzzles. Heard some liked it too. That does sound promising. Okay, let's think about this. If I wanted to, for example, isolate the purple, I'd need a line here and here. Now if we think about all the colours I could separate, there would need to be a line here, a line here, a line here, and a line here. Now clearly that's not possible, because some of these would create T-junctions, so I'd have to make a choice. Let's copy this out into my physical notes. And take it from there. Right, so there'd need to be a line there, and there would need to be a line there. Also a line here, a line here, and a line here, and a line here. Right, so my thinking is at each junction I need to make a decision about which line to drop. And once I've done that in if I can do that in a consistent way, then I should be able to come up with one solution that is possible. Let's see. It would be very nice to get rid of the line between the black and the blue, since that simplifies things quite a lot. Supposing I did that, that would imply that blue light isn't getting through, which implies we're seeing things through a yellow filter. What else is that going to change? The purple is now going to be red, so we don't need to separate between the purple and the red. That's very handy. We still get stuck between the white and the yellow though, but the white is also going to look the same as yellow. So using that logic, what do we end up with? We end up with something like no, nearly. So those are the same. That's odd. Oh, I see what happened. I was resting my physical notes on my controller and I didn't realise it was plugged in and working. Right, what else? We've already established these are the same, but I haven't managed to... Yes, we still have an awkward junction here. How can I separate the blue and the red from each other, but also from the white? Yeah, well, it definitely feels like a Cyan Worlds game, and pretty well made. Wonderful news. Yeah, we're still stuck with that one junction, and that's impossible. That implies... Well, that implies I've made a mistake, that we're supposed to view this in some other way. What other colour filter is likely? Let's say it's letting... Which colour should it block? Let's say it's... it should probably be blocking a colour... So, I was just thinking, it should probably be blocking a colour that means that the black's contiguous with something. I suppose that doesn't need to be the case, though. Let's say it's blocking red, so that would be the equivalent of looking for a purple filter. No, it wouldn't. I'm wrong. It would be like looking through a green filter. I think. What's it going to be? It's going to be green plus blue, so a cyan filter, that's the one. That would make the purple and the blue appear the same. But the red would be different. I'm not sure I can do that, can I? Not properly, because by the time I get here I'm stuck. Okay, so what's the other one we could try? We could have it block all green light. That would only affect the yellow though. The yellow would become red, and that's not useful. So I think my first guess at... Oh, but it can't be. I was going to say my first guess at a... at a yellow filter is the most likely, but that doesn't work. So if we're blocking blue, the red and the purple are equivalent. But then how do we solve this part? We can't. I was just stepping through the VOD of today to see if you've checked it already, but apparently not. May I have a suggestion of an area that I think you may enjoy? Do you want to plan the areas yourself? I don't mind. I'm familiar with the lake, if that's what you were going to introduce me to. I did a bit of looking up online before I started this stream because I didn't want to spend absolutely ages finding... searching for puzzles instead of actually solving them. That was not the thing you're thinking about, fair enough. Well, I'll try to finish this one, but then, yeah, I'm up for whatever. There's orange about here. Could that be a clue? Am I supposed to assume an orange filter? That would be red and... I mean, that's sort of... Would you have an orange filter? Because that's sort of red and green, but with more red. Otherwise, you'd end up with yellow. I was thinking about the lonesome panel on top of the mountain. I don't remember that. Where am I going? I was going down here. I'll certainly check this first and see which filters they had. So, okay, they did have primary colour filters then. That's probably the... That's probably the key then. Because I've tried all combinations of two primary colours. The printer ink colours, if you will. And I don't think it's soluble using any of them. So you say that on top of the mountain there's a lone panel? I don't know what that does. And I don't know if that was the... Wait, does this do what I think it does? No, it hasn't stopped the river somehow. But I do notice it's the same shape as the river, which is very interesting. I'm not sure if that was the panel you were referring to or not. But it is interesting. That was the panel. So I don't know which of the two states I was supposed to put it in, because I don't know if I've come across it and solved it before or not. But yes, that's very interesting. Right, so I'll give that more of a thorough investigation shortly. But for now, let's get back to this one. Right, that would be the solution if it wanted a red filter. No, because the yellow, of course. That's on me. This would be. Wait. Apparently I'm not very good at this. This would be. If it was a red filter, it would be purple, red, yellow and white. Okay. Say it was a blue filter. The blue and the purple would be grouped together. I don't think anything else contains blue though, other than the white. Of course, the white would. I'd have to separate the red as well somehow. Which seems challenging. I don't think I could do that. What's the other possibility? It'd be a green filter. What would have green in? Only the yellow and the white, I think. Red wouldn't, blue wouldn't, black obviously wouldn't, purple wouldn't. So could it be a red filter it's after? Wait, we tried that, that didn't work. It was a blue filter was the one that we got stuck on, wasn't it? Because it would be a grouping of whites, blues and purples. Is that even solvable? We'd have a line here, and a line here, and a line here. So no. That's just not possible. Due to the T-junctions. Oh, that's strange. I feel like I've tried every possibility, and some of them can't be done, and we can prove they can be done, and every other one doesn't work. Okay, let's try going through them from the top one last time, under the assumption that I made a mistake somewhere. So I guess we'll start with yellow. So we're letting red and green through. Yellow and white are gonna be grouped together. We've got red. So red and purple are going to be grouped together, and they're going to be separate from the yellow and white. And these are going to be on their own. Right, we would also need to have a line here. But then you end up with a T-junction, so that can't be done. So we can dismiss a yellow filter. Now let's try a purple filter. Right, so purple would be separate from blue, would be separate from red. Can't be done, because we'd end up with a T-junction. Alrighty, now let's try a... what's the remaining one? It would be a cyan filter. So we're letting green through and blue through. So blue and purple would be together. Red would be separate. Red would appear black. Yellow would appear green. So it would be separate. And then you end up with T-junctions, so that can't work. So as I suggested, all composite filters do not work. Then we end up with the primary coloured filters. A red filter would group the purple and the red together. And the white. And the yellow. Because they would all appear red. And the black and the blue would be on their own. Doesn't work. A green filter. Purple would appear black, red would appear black, blue would appear black, and yellow and white would both appear green. Finally, we have the blue filter. The blue filter would group the purple and the blue together, not the yellow, and the white. And that's where we were before. Again, T-junction, not possible. So that's strange. I feel like I've just proven that this isn't solvable, but it must be solvable. So I don't know where I went wrong. But I must have gone wrong. I think I'll take a hint on this one if it's available. I mean, I can only imagine one of my assumptions must be wrong. I mean, there's nothing in the environment to give me a clue, is there? The only other thing I can think of is possibly go back to the chromatic area and check all the filters they had again. Although we did that once before. And off the top of my head I don't remember seeing a filter that wasn't either a primary colour or two primary colours. And if such a filter did exist that was something other than those, it's not entirely clear how we should interpret it. Right. We have yellow and red. We have cyan. Purple. What would that mean? Oh no, of course it's purple. Sorry, I don't know why, or magenta. I don't know why that gave me pause for thought. I think it's because it looked pink, and that was confusing me because I was thinking, how could, you know, that's just a lighter. That's just a lighter purple. That doesn't make sense. But no, I even said it. It's purple. That makes perfect sense. Then we have green and we have yellow. And cyan. So yeah, we've done them all. So yeah, that puzzle's got me thoroughly stuck. While we're here, how about we go back up the mountain and we'll put that that panel in its other state, and just keep a bit of an eye out as we're descending to see if anything's changed. Wondered what that splash of colour was. Looks like a bit of moss. Nothing obviously has changed. Oh well. I'll give this one more go, but I may just have to give up on it. At least for now. So what are the possibilities? Once more from the top. We could have a yellow filter. A yellow filter lets red and green light through. So the purple and the red are going to look the same. But they're going to look different from the white. The yellow will look green, so the yellow would have to be separated from the rest. And here we have a problem. Wait, no, it's a yellow filter. So the yellow and the white would be grouped together and they'd both look yellow. And we have the old T-junction problem. So that's not it, because we can't do T-junctions. We know for a fact that the red and the blue would have to be separated, because the blue would appear black. But we'd also need to separate the red from the white, because the white would appear yellow and the red would appear red. So that's not it. We could have a purple filter. Purple would be purple, red would be red, blue would be blue. Again, T-junction problem. Can't be done. There's no fancy way to do it, is there? No. Fundamentally, this point is the problem, because we need a vertical line going up and a line that's coming in horizontally that reaches here. So we know that can't be it. We could have a cyan filter. So the purple and blue would be grouped together. The red would look black. The yellow would look green. So we'd need to separate it. Cyan, that's letting blue and green through. So the yellow would look green, the white would look cyan. So they would also have to be separated. So again, we run into the old T-junction problem. We'd need to separate the blue from the white, because one would look cyan, one would look blue. We also need to separate the yellow from the white, because one would look green, but the other would look cyan, and we need to separate them from each other, so we end up with a T-junction, which can't be done. Then for the primary colours, for red we get the purple, the red and the white and the yellow. They would all look red. And that's one that we can actually do, but the panel doesn't accept it. Oh, hello Charcoal Dragon. It's lovely to see you again. A green filter would cause a lot of this to look black. You'd have green at the top, that would be the white and the yellow. Everything else would just look black. We can do that, but it isn't the solution. And finally we have a blue filter. A blue filter would group the purple and the blue together, and the white. And we end up with the old T-junction problem again. I must be overlooking something. No, can't do it. I just can't think of a way to do it without a hint. Alrighty, what else do we have in the area? Oh yes, I would like a hint, if that's possible. I can't tell if this one's done or not. It doesn't look done. I'll assume it's not. Oh, sorry. Oh, they're the... Oh, I'm being a fool. You're right, different shape entirely. What were the rules for the 8-pointed stars? want to be in pairs by colour, though you may have multiple pairs of different colours in the same contained region. Okay, I was trying to solve it the wrong way. Thank you. Except I can't pair all these up because we've got an extra red and an extra purple and we don't know how to deal with them. So that was actually, I think, the way I started trying to solve it before I went back to the chromatic area and somehow convinced myself that the rules were different to how they actually are. But yeah, I just don't know how I deal with surplus shapes like that. I did that, didn't I? Oh dear, what a shame. I get the feeling this is going to be a tough stream. No, there's no... I can't use the glare to work out the solution to that one. Ooh, could this be a Ceres? But which way does it go? Probably starts here. That's strange. There's nothing else on the grid. Okay, so it's not the one I start with. Isn't expecting me to traverse everything. It can't possibly be expecting me to reverse the source and the end points, the pairings, because they can't cross each other clearly, and they would have to cross each other. So that's not it. Does this line up with something? Something in the environment? Ah, due to the reflections, I think that's quite likely. But what would those even mean? What would it mean to have a bundle of leaves in each of these positions? Or is it... It can't be this, can it? No. It's not that the trunks are representing areas I'm not allowed to go through. Alrighty then. How are you, Charcoal Dragon, anyway? Ah, pears, perhaps. No? Getting by. Well, better than the alternative, I suppose. Surely this one here is smaller, because that means that it and its reflection will fit into one square. Yeah, that looks like the correct way. What was... Hold on. What was the very first puzzles we did? I'm trying to think where they are in terms of direction. I think they're over here. Yes. Oh, they were just separation puzzles. Were there any before that? I guess I could check the reflections as well. Check what the rules were there. Oh, the very first ones would have been in the fort. Huh. Those looks like fairly simple symmetry puzzles, which I think the reflections were as well. Let's check the puzzles in the fort. I'm just trying to... I feel like I probably correctly deduced that the puzzle we were working on relies on lining up the grid with the outside environment. But what I cannot figure out for the life of me of what type of puzzle is it supposed to represent. Yeah, these were very simple puzzles, just get from the start to the end. Ooh, was this where I discovered... Yes. That was where I discovered one of the hexagon solutions, but I couldn't remember where this was. Let me add that to my notes. If I can find the page. It's a long time ago. There. Near fort. There we go. Hopefully I won't forget that. Well, obviously now it's written down, forgetting it's not a worry, but hopefully I won't. Hopefully if I read near fort I won't forget that I mean here. So let's get back to where we were. About here somewhere. There we go. So what does it mean? What does it mean to have these squares in particular? Highlighted like that. I just don't know. Oh dear. It's not going too well for me, is it? Interesting. This one I still don't know. Because I've tried the obvious thing, which is to say that maybe purple and red can pair up because they both contain red, but that didn't work. I just don't know what to do with an odd number of 8-pointed stars. Interesting. Still have no idea what's being asked of me here. I think I'm gonna need a hint. It is regrettable, but I'm just thoroughly stuck. I don't mind on what. Recap at Symmetry Island. Symmetry Island. Is that the Reflections? Or is that a different area? Let's check the boat. I don't recall going to any islands besides the one I'm on. But then again, my memory isn't the best. Right, that's the Reflections, that's the fort, that's where we are now. The orchard, the desert, that's the factory, and the area adjacent to the factory. That's the castle, that's the wreck, we never found anything there. That's the... I think that's the tree houses. That's the colourful swamp. I'm not sure what that is. That's most likely to be the colourful area. That's probably the temple. That must be the forest. And that's the town. I mean, this is a peninsula, not a island, but that's the Reflections, and that's the closest thing I can think of to a Symmetry Island. Perhaps I'm just being foolish, but I don't see anything here that is particularly insightful. Let's check again, shall we? Yes, these all relied on having to go through specific points. By the use of hexagons. But the problem is, with the puzzle I was just looking at, there were no hexagons. Perhaps I should have said at the time, but I was considering whether the treetops could be meant to be interpreted as hexagons, but the problem is they just don't line up appropriately. I think it's fairly clear that the game wants me to line it up like this, because this is the only way to frame it all correctly. I'm not sure you've done what is referred to recap. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. Did I ever quite figure out what was going on with those triangles? I'm not sure I did. Hello? Well, this is new. Very nice emote icon. How strange. I feel like this is supposed to go somewhere. As in, I don't think this is an area that I'm supposed to be barred from. But I don't see a way to progress it. Perhaps that becomes available once I've completed other areas in the town? Alright, perhaps it's time we stop by the lake. Oh, is the fact that that one's flickering meant to be a clue, I wonder? Right, what does my little reference say? Lanterns are lasers. Fountains are obelisks. Flowers are audio logs. Yellow flowers for the caves. Whatever that means. Clams are bunkers. Whatever those are. Triangular leaves, discarded panels. It's all well and good. I do indeed have a legend for the lake. Ah, that one's definitely not lit up. Only slight issue is I can't tell where is supposed to be where. Where is supposed to correspond to where, I suppose I should say. Oh dear, so I'm still struggling a bit. I wonder if this is supposed to be a clue that... No, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say, I wonder if the yellow vegetation area is supposed to be a clue that that's the autumn forest, but I don't think so. What I'd probably have to do is go back to another map and then look very carefully at the shape of the lake. Now there should be a boat just around here, shouldn't there? Alrighty. So, I think... Oh, I think it is actually... Yeah, I don't think it's been rotated at all, or if so, only very slightly. Yeah, I think it's very slightly rotated clockwise, but not very much. That's useful to know. So, one extreme, that is the topmost extreme, the northernmost of this map is the right orientation, is the desert. And the other extreme is the colourful swamp. No, it's below that. It's the base of the mountain. And the corresponding coast. Alright. So, this is the desert then, so that's the desert laser. If we were to go south from the desert, we would get to an unlit laser, which honestly is probably here. Where would this correspond to? Isn't that about where the fort is? Was there a laser at the fort? I don't think there was. That's approximately where it would have been, though. I'm trying to figure out which laser the one being held up by the lady in the lake corresponds to. Because it's flickering. I mean, it may be nothing, I just find it odd. It's flickering and it's a different size to the rest. Let's see, that's a desert. No, this must be approximately where the fort is. Ah, okay. And because the river's coming in here, this must be the mountain. That's going to be the... I think that could be the top of the mountain. Perhaps it's flickering because I haven't managed to get all the lasers to point there yet. Perhaps that's what that's trying to tell me. Also, look at all the audio logs. Do they change when I listen to one? Yes, so there must be a vast number of audio logs I just haven't found. How many lanterns are there? Is that the top of the mountain? So actually the target for the lasers? I don't know. That's my best guess. So there's how many lanterns? None about here, are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think. Let's go to a different angle and a different location and count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my goodness, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is challenging. I'm not sure it's supposed to be so challenging. I'm finding it challenging. This might be a more productive angle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yes, only one not lit up. I'm about 70% sure that would be here. Yeah, I hate to be relying on hints so much, but I'm going to need another hint. If the hint is that I need to go to a particular place to discover the things I need to solve the puzzles here, then brilliant. Because that would be a very organic way to reach a solution. But you'll probably need to tell me where I'm supposed to be going. Because I don't know. Yes, the place for the recap would be wonderful. If you're at the place for the symmetry puzzles, you had in picture some cables that were not lit up. If you're at the place for the symmetry puzzles... Oh, I assume that means you'd be able to see some cables that are not lit up. So basically around the symmetry puzzles. You mean here? I assume you don't mean here. I assume the recap is elsewhere on the island. Although, of course, I can search the vicinity. No, around the desert looking place. Basically where you did the first puzzles. Oh, okay. Around the glass factory. I didn't notice one of the locations was a glass factory. I believe you though. I remember the factory. Oh, the factory is the glass factory and that's next to the desert with you. Tell you what, there was, since we're going past the desert, I could always have a look at the puzzle that was on the other side of the desert that I never managed to solve. So on the island there, I call it the boat shed, but it has some pottery and a burnt out kiln. I think I know where you mean. Okay. I'll go back there shortly. Once I figure out how to get down. So like I say, there was a puzzle around here that I know exists, but I never completed. Oh yeah, I should be able to do this now. Well, I say should be able to. I should be able to understand what is being asked of me. Whether I can actually complete the puzzle is a very different matter. Gotta say, no, I don't understand what's being asked of me, and I can explain exactly why. It's because we've got hollow pieces which don't have any corresponding filled in shapes. The last time we encountered these, I was supposed to create an area that contains both a filled in shape origin point and a hollow shape origin point, and the hollow bit would delete part of the filled in shape. So you could imagine, for example, that if I had, say, this shape, this T shape here, then a solution could be to, say, have these three contained. Well, there would be no way to do it from this point, but ignoring that, because the hollow bit would delete that bit, or it could delete that bit, doesn't matter. But these are clearly freestanding. Yeah, it must be something I've forgotten about this one, since it doesn't really make sense for me either. So, unfortunately, that is still one we're going to have to come back to. Let's have a look for this Symmetry Island. I just noticed the sand looks very strange. It looks almost like it's melted and then rehardened. I mean, the sound effect sounds like sand squelching. But it looks a lot like rock in the shape of sand. Anywho. Right, I assume this is where you meant. Since you called it the boat hut. But no, these puzzles don't figure. No, you pass by before going to the desert. Oh, okay. My mistake. It's the area that is still sand, looks a bit more red than the desert, and has an arch bridge going to an island. That island. Right, how have I managed this? There should be a way back up. Also, thanks for letting me know. I'll try to get there shortly. I came down this way. There's clearly a way back up. I thought I came down this way. Or was it through there? Ah. Yes. That was my mistake. Sorry, I was getting a bit distracted there for a second by my inability to navigate. Behind the palm trees. I mean over here? Because that's... well, I mean that's the building. You're too far on the island. I mean, I wouldn't call this an island. This is just a building that's coming off the land. Or if you mean up here, I would argue that's a peninsula. Because it's connected to the land. Yeah, I checked all of these before and they weren't much help. Yeah, these weren't much help. Nor were the puzzles down here. Because they all relied on... well, I suppose I should double check all of them just to be sure. But... ah, here. Maybe. Nope, that's no help. That's all based on hexagons. Which is fine, they're perfectly good puzzles, but they're not helpful solving the puzzle in the town. Because the puzzle in the town contains no hexagons. Oh, that was it. Certain hexagons could be different colours, that was it. And that was an important mechanic. Don't mind me just solving this puzzle from much earlier in the game again. Nearly. Very close, but not quite. There we go. Look there in the background and you see an unsolved panel. Ooh, ooh! I completely missed that. Thank you, Pangy. And thank you, Charcoal Dragon, for the assistance you provided as well. Ah, the game even... I get it. The game even snapped me into the right position. That's good to know. Right, what didn't it like about that? Was it that that's actually quite high? Yes. Yes, it wants me to input the contours of whatever's on the horizon. That's strange. Does it want me to do it from the other side? No. Well, missing something, clearly. Is this what it wants? Does it want me to not rely on it snapping to the right position? Yes. That's a bit annoying, but so be it. Am I supposed to imagine what would happen if this was shifted up a bit? Maybe? Oh no. Okay, so in that case, if one side had a lot of room and the other didn't, I always had to on the side which lacked space. That's really not helpful. The problem is, it's not entirely clear which ones it wants me to include. That's a concept you might recognise. Oh, that makes more sense. There we go. And it just ends here. I don't think there's any other unfinished panels about here now. Could be wrong. Just keeping half an eye out for audio logs, because of course I haven't been here until now. You could easily imagine an audio log being on a ledge like that. Okie dokie. Well, that's hopefully progress. So, back to town. Right, wish me luck. Yay! In retrospect, I'm slightly surprised I didn't try that. Oh no, this is something else entirely. Oh, it probably wants me to follow the branches. Although those are vines, not branches. Alright, I should copy this out. Right, I think I've got that all copied out. Let's hope that's the right solution. Wonderful. That's progress. Oh, what now? I've never seen this before. What is this? Well, I don't know how to solve that, unfortunately. As in, I've never seen a puzzle of that variety before. I could make a wild stab in the dark, but that probably wouldn't be very productive. I mean, there's only so many possible solutions, but the problem is I don't want to just keep guessing until I happen to get it. I'd rather understand. Oh, haven't seen you solve it, but I think you've seen it probably, but it looks way different. Do you want to know the area that might spoil the puzzle? Well, let me answer that with another question. If you didn't tell me the area, how would I solve it? Because I don't particularly relish the idea of revisiting every area in the game just to solve this one puzzle. Examine surrounding. Okie dokie. Examination in progress. Bit weird. It could have a temple-like solution. If there was something in the area that would obfuscate most but not all of it, it would have to be this side, wouldn't it? Since that's a one-way display. It could be an orchard style. It could be an orchard style puzzle, couldn't it? Wonder which way it wants me to look at the tree. Let's assume this way. What would it be? Right, right, left, right. Right, right, left, right. Right, what would be the context here? Because there's 4 directions. And I realise there's 4 different... Okay, yeah, this is more... This is difficult because I'd need to find a way to map it to the diagram. What about the missing bits? So this is on a branch with no missing bits. Oh, I bet this is a power of 2 number of notches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe. Oh, it does have one... they all have one missing, except for one. So that one definitely has one missing. That one has at least two missing. That has one missing. This one doesn't. So I know it must be this branch. And what was it? It was... Well, we ignore the first. We ignore the first branch because that was... We've already solved that bit. We're looking at the bottom one. Then it's right, left, right. So how are they enumerating it? They're probably making... Based on... From this angle, that's the rightmost branch. And we've got an end piece missing here. So I'm guessing right is incrementing by the appropriate power of 2. Now if I had to make a wild guess, I would say it's probably 401. So it's probably the 5th notch here. Ah. I need to head off though. Have a nice rest of the stream. Well, thank you very much for coming, Pengy, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. How else might they be doing it? I guess the clever thing to do... Actually, are they expecting me to look at it this way round? Or are they expecting me to follow the tree round clockwise or anti-clockwise like that? Let's assume I'm supposed to be looking at it like this. So this one's got one missing bit in the middle, and it's counting from left to right, it's the 5th one. It's the 5th one. Next one along, 3rd and 5th. 3rd and 5th. What's odd is this is the 5th one, but it didn't work. In fact, if we're counting from the inside out, whichever way I look at it, it's the 5th one. I feel like... Wait, is it 1, 2, 3? No, it's the 6th one. That's on me. Oh, of course. I did my maths effectively correctly, but I overlooked the fact that the first one is, of course, the first one, not the 0th one. There is no 0 notch. Well, I suppose I could count them from 0, but I didn't. That's the discrepancy. So I should have either added 1 to the number right at the end, which would have got me to 6, or I should have started counting from 0. So yeah, that makes sense. It's that one then. Oh my goodness. Actually, I think this is just avoid the shadows. So I'm probably alright, despite the very strange shape of it. Oh, wonderful. Huh. Oh, this can go multiple places then, presumably. Is this because only one solution counts? Ooh. Programmer problems, indeed. Off by 1 errors. I solved this pretty quickly. But it raises the question... Oops. Made a mistake, clearly. Oh, I see. I think. But it raises the question, are these other endpoints and start points, do they exist as legitimate alternatives or red herrings? Well, where does this go? This is not on yet. That implies that there are supposed to be other solutions to this. Ah, the cable hasn't stopped. That is, it hasn't stopped being lit up. So the game probably wants me to find every solution. That's a little annoying because I clearly can't avoid the shadows in the other cases. So it raises the question, what is it expecting of me in the other cases? That was a bit too optimistic. Well, it wouldn't be that, would it? Can I go around the other side and look through into the room in a way which is productive? Maybe. I'd need to get onto that scaffolding somehow. Is that possible? I'm not seeing a way. If a way exists, I'd probably have to go up that wall. I'd need to go up over here, which I clearly can't do. Oh, out here. Ahaha. Ah, and this matches up. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Hmm. There probably is a way to do it like this. Because this bit's wider than you'd expect, it makes me think it's supposed to be sitting on a source. Maybe there. Ah. Could this be what we want? What would that be? Up there, round there, round there, round there, up round here, up here, up here, round here, round here, round here, out there. That's probably the solution. So let's make a copy of it, shall we? Took me a bit longer than it possibly should have done, but we got there in the end. Interesting. Right, I think I've got a copy of that. Let's go back and try that again. So it was up here, round here, over here. Wait, no, up here. Along here. Along here, along here. Up, down, round, down, round. There we go. Wonderful. So apparently there's a third way to solve this, which I'm yet to discover. So we've done avoiding the shadows. We've done following the path. What's left? It's reasonable to assume I'm starting down here, I think? No. Wait, which ones have I done and which ones have I not done? Was this how I avoided the shadows? I think so. So I must be starting here. And where's my exit? My end point? Down here. So I need to get from here to here, following some sort of set of rules. Right, it's not that if I cover this up that another path becomes possible then. As in that I can navigate the entire grid while these are in the way. Because we have had puzzles of that sort before. Similar to the avoid the shadows. But that's not the case here. I suppose I could go up the top and look down on it. Oh, is that a glare? Shows how bad my memory is, because I'm pretty sure I discovered this right at the beginning of the stream, before we'd even got this far, that you could see a glare on this one, and apparently I'd completely forgotten. Oops. Oh no, I obviously meant to go down there, didn't I? But I was right about going up that way. So here, over here, wait, up diagonally. So down diagonally, up diagonally, round like that, down there, then there. Have we done it? Huzzah! Oh, dearie me. What's going on here then? That was strange. Huh, it just stops. I noticed some branches are missing. I'm not supposed to go down there and find the branches, am I? Not much sign of those branches. Dearie me. That's interesting. Very interesting. Does this work? It does work. Can I use this to reflect this laser beam to the mountain? Maybe. I sent it far too far, didn't I? Which makes sense. I should have been going for the halfway point, shouldn't I? Hey! Doesn't help me solve this, but feels like progress. So I wonder what it could be. What am I missing? Where does that even go? Comes out here, round here, goes up here for some reason. Okie dokie. I'm wondering where this shadow is coming from actually. Where's the sun? The sun's there. It probably is this tree then. That bit could be that bit. Well, I mean, that does suggest that the problem could be that some of the branches have been cut. But without said branches... to look at, I don't stand much of a chance of guessing the solution. So it's most likely I start up here, go around here, down here, and then need to go somewhere else. Part of me had hoped I could get over there and then I might be able to see something, but I can't find a way up there. Perhaps if there's a way up here? Yeah, it would be this way, wouldn't it? Presumably solving this puzzle drops that staircase. And then perhaps there's a way of making a connection from there to there. But where would I get a solution to this from? Quickly check the vicinity, I suppose. Also, what is going on in here? Why all these blue columns? Huh. Oh, this is the puzzle, isn't it? Alright, where's the source? Is this the source? No, I don't think so. This could be the source. Or this could be the end. Okay. That can't be the source, I don't think, unless I'm supposed to follow the green, which I'm pretty sure I'm not. So it's here or here. This looks more like an entryway. Right, so what is it? It's up by 1, 2, 3, then left. Let's make a record of this. One, 2, 3, left, down 1, and we're stuck. Well, that's not much use. There must be a way of connecting these. Ah, I don't go down, I carry on going left, I think. No, because there is vegetation here. But admittedly, there's not there. So it's down 2. 1, 2. Then it's left again. Then it's down again. Then it's left. Up by 1. Left by 1. Up again. Right. Wait, how does that work? Up. Left. Up. Right. Up. Right. Up. Then left to the end. Looking at this a second time, But how's that possible? Because I end up on the same side I started on. Which shouldn't work. What have I done wrong? I've done something wrong. So I start here. We go up by 3. Then we go left. Then we go down. Then there's the bit we can't see, but we know it's there. Where we carry on going down, then we go left again. Down. Left. I've done something wrong. I'm trying to wrap my brain around what it is. This is left. In fact, let's change it to cardinal directions. For the sake of argument, let's call this north. North. West. South. And then west. South. West. North, west, and then we hit one extremity. I see what I did wrong. One, 2. It was right by 2. Okay, it was right at the very end I made a mistake. Now the only problem is that it's sort of back to front. because I start in this corner and end up in this corner. And if I flip it around, I have the same problem. So let's just take the mirror image of it, shall we? Nope. Let's take the mirror image of the whole thing rotated. Which way am I going? This way? Must be. Really? It's neither of those. Surely it must be one of them. Well, I mean, it isn't, but like, you'd have thought it would be. Why did I go wrong? Did I actually make a material mistake at any point? I don't think so. This is the only point where that conceivably could have happened. But I don't think I did. Alrighty, how else do we resolve this? I'll just try them both again quickly. Just in case, because you never know. Ooh. Now, I know what it could be. Perhaps I was supposed to rotate it. 90 degrees. Because that then does get it the right way round. Yes! I didn't have to do any mirroring to make it work. That's probably because I can enter this way as well as this way. And I was probably supposed to realise that, well, if you take the directions relative to entering from this way, then it matches up with the grid. Whereas if you do so from this angle, then it doesn't. Still, we got there in the end. Progress. Okie dokie. Another one of these. I see the problem. There we go. Probably better check the vicinity just in case. You never know what might be hiding on a window ledge, for example. I'm thinking in particular of audio logs. Nope, nothing. We can go this way though. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Nope, that won't work. How will I? Or how can I do this? Slightly more difficult. I know what might work. Nope, that won't work. I know what might work. Nope, it won't work. Blimey. This is a lot more challenging than I thought it would be. Almost. Got there in the end. Right, what about this one? Oh, we've got a hexagon this time. That makes things interesting. Right, we need a line here. That's not negotiable. I think one of those two has to be isolated. Has that done it? No. Close. Very close, but not quite. It's these two bits, the two pieces that are the problem now. Right, we know there is a line there. This one's probably isolated. How do I keep those two separate though? I mean, that sort of does it. So close. Is there any possibility the final solution looks more like that? There we go. Got there in the end. And that was very similar. Ooh. Interesting. Right, has that helped us with this one at all? I'm not sure it has. I was hoping it would do. Yes! Yes! So I just have to guess that bit, but that's probably just straight through. In fact, it has to be, doesn't it? Let's see if I can remember that, or if I end up having to write it down. Okay, so what were we looking at? Something like that, then whoop, straight down here, down. Down. Nope. One more go and then I'll go back and copy it out if I have to. I'm pretty sure it was that. Was it that? And then that. Hold on. One last guess. It could be that I'm trying to... Okay. Wait. I think I do remember actually. Was it down this way, here, here, then all the way up round here? Yes! Progress. Wonderful, wonderful progress. Still don't have access to there. Wasn't there a puzzle in here that I never solved? Yes, there was. It looked like an audio puzzle, except the speaker's broken. Never made any, never got anywhere with that. Yep. No idea, really. Could I have a hint for this one? Or even just a hint as to where I find the solution. So the fundamental problem is, I understand I need to pair up stars of the same colour, but I just do not know what I'm supposed to do with odd ones. Like them. Like, if magenta and red could pair up, this would be a solution. But you can plainly see that it isn't. I just do not know what I'm supposed to be doing with that. Could I offer a quality of life tip? Yes, of course. Quality of life, selfing from a distance. Through the window earlier. That's a very good point. I should have done that. I'm expecting this to fail. Oh. Okay. To be fair, I could brute force this. I don't like brute forcing these puzzles, but to be honest, if this was real life and I had to get a solution to this quickly, I would just brute force it, because there is not many possibilities. I think there's 81 possible solutions to that one. Anyway, I'm sure we'll get back to that in good time. Where was the other one? Here. 81 is still a fair amount. It's not, well, meh. It wouldn't take long. I mean, you could probably do one a second if you were reasonably quick. Even if it took you, say, one every 5 seconds, you're still completing it. In well under 10 minutes. And that's assuming that it's the last one you try. Probabilistically, it'd probably be around the middle. But yeah, I would appreciate some sort of hint for this one, even if it's just, oh, recap this area. Because for the life of me, I just do not know what I'm supposed to be doing with these odd 8-pointed stars. I may have had to have dealt with them before, but off the top of my head, I cannot recall having done so. Stars, you were applying a method earlier that was half the puzzle. I noticed that it's stars, not squares. Alright. Fair point. Let's... Oh, there must be a hint. If that's the case, then my conclusion is that I'm supposed to be pairing up the stars, but as though they've been through some sort of filter. There are 6 possible filters, ignoring white and black, which would be daft. I mean, white would be what we can see right now, and we can see that's not solvable, and black would be they all form. I'd have to. Any star could pair with any other star, which I say would be daft. There's 6 non-daft possibilities. I could go through this puzzle 6 times, assuming each of the possible filters, and hopefully I'd eventually reach the solution. But it would be so strange for the developers to think that for that to be the intended solution. Is that a hint or is that a coincidence? Is that trying to tell me that that must be a coincidence? I don't believe for a minute it's trying to tell me that red, white, blue and yellow all form one group. Is it a coincidence though? It would seem like quite the coincidence, since that lines up so perfectly. Let's assume it's not an accident, but that there may be something... Could that just be telling me the solution? Am I supposed to... Are those the groups I'm supposed to make? Seems unlikely. Seems really unlikely. But I kind of want to try it, just to see what happens, if anything. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Why would the devs have left that there though. They pay far too much attention to detail for that to really be nothing. White and black should not be together. There's no sensible way to interpret that where white and black would be in the same group. So yeah, as I was saying a moment ago... Oh, gotcha. Wait. Yeah, that does work, doesn't it? Alrighty. Yeah, we can make that work. Let me just copy this out. Yeah, so all I was saying a moment ago is that I accept the fact that you could solve the puzzle by trying every possibility, every possible filter, but surely the devs would have left some sort of indicator as to what coloured filter we're supposed to be applying, and indeed this appears to be it. So let's try that. Wait, can I actually try and solve it through here? Because that would be really convenient. Also, is there a way I can stop the game from repositioning where I'm looking? Because that's really annoying. I don't think so. Ironically, my quality of life tip isn't useful here. I suppose I should start thinking about where the dividing lines are likely to be. Problem is, there are as you'd expect, there are multiple possibilities. Let's say there's a dividing line there and a dividing line there. Then it can't be done. So that can't be it. Okay. That would do it. There. Except we'd have a problem there. That can't be it then. I do need to work on a way of sharing my notes. Okay, how else could we do it? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Go up that way and then down that way. That's done a lot of work. That then needs to be separated. I think that might be it. I just want to verify. Yep. Happy with that. Wait, could I have got in here all along? No, this must have opened when I selfed the other one, surely. Ooh, why am I allowed up here? Is this just for a nicer view, or is there a practical reason? I'm guessing any old solution here doesn't work, no. That'll be what this was about, I should think. Maybe not. No, it doesn't seem to line up. Why did it line up with the other puzzle that it had nothing to do with, but not with the puzzle that you'd actually think it might have something to do with? That's strange. Really? Does that really have nothing to do with this? Could it be denying certain paths? So it'd be there, maybe? No. There. So, left, up, left. Left, up, left, round here, round there. No? Hello, Jenny. It's lovely to see you. Things are going a bit better. Towards the beginning of the stream, I was very, very stuck. I seem to be making more progress now. Albeit slowly. I mean, I had considered interpreting that as blocking as well, but then there's no way out of the start. Which seems unlikely. What about this? It would be left, up, left all the way, up. Yeah, it's... So it'd be left, up, left all the way, round here, round there. No? Hold on, why am I not doing this from afar? As we discussed. Oh, because I can't. I can't because of that. Pretty sure I did that correctly, though. I suppose it could be this. Nope. Ah, this... Perhaps this exists to tell me that it matches up to that. To help me get the positioning right. But then should it match up in thickness as well? Which would be what? About there? That maybe? I must be missing something here. That'll be it. Got there in the end. What did that do? Ooh. Are there any other unsolved puzzles in the area? Yes, the ones in here. Or one of the ones in there. We'll get to that shortly. First of all, let's see how far we can climb this tower. Why would they build it like this? So that you keep having to alternate between being on the inside and the outside. I can't imagine why you would ever want that. Hey! We have ourselves another laser. Brr, buzz, hum. Eee. Right, let's go back to the lake quickly. And let's see if that lantern that was flickering before now isn't flickering. It's still flickering. I'm pretty sure every other lantern's lit up now though. I'm double checking that, obviously. I don't see any unlit lanterns. So, as I mentioned before, I have been minorly spoiled because between last stream and this stream, earlier today as it happens, I did a quick search online to get some idea where I could find the remaining puzzles. Not the solutions to the puzzles, of course, just the puzzle locations, because I didn't want to spend loads and loads of time on stream looking for puzzles I hadn't completed when I've obviously already finished the main story of the game, to the extent that it's a story. The main objective, I suppose. And in doing so, I did read that after you get a sufficient number of lasers pointed at the mountaintop, that something secret becomes available. That's all I know. Whether this is the right number of lasers, I don't even strictly know. I just strongly suspect it. having had a look at the lake. But it suggests I should probably go back up the mountaintop, have a look around. Of course, I suppose, strictly speaking, I don't even know if some secrets become available that it's accessed from the mountaintop. Because of course this is just where the lasers go to. I never did work out which way round that's supposed to be. We'll have a quick venture down here. See if anything's changed. I don't suppose they've got a nice aerial view of the lake, do they? Don't think so. I'm not necessarily expecting to find anything. Obviously changed here, but it's worth a look. Again, I emphasize the flashing lights warning as we go through this area in particular. Oh, what else do we have left in the game? There's the area between the temple and the forest, which I haven't done. There's obviously at least one more puzzle in the town. I'm trying to think if there's any more puzzles that I know about that I haven't done. Oh, there's the ones under the windmill. This is, of course, the end of the game, as we've been before. Well, I don't see anything new here. Would I like to know how many puzzles are left? I think I can work that out. I think the total number of puzzles was something like 565 or something. And I've done 422. There's more than 100 left to go. Oh, 525. Well, there's still more than 100 left to go. Hopefully you can understand why I wasn't too bothered about getting spoiled about puzzle locations when it comes down to hunting down that many puzzles. Ah, 523 puzzles. And I've done 422. So that means there's 101 puzzles left to go, which means technically there is more than 100 puzzles still to do. But yeah, I didn't find any secrets about here. Wait, did I just collide with that laser? Yes. It's solid, I think. It could be the ground I'm colliding with, actually, the edge. It's hard to say. Ooh. Now that's a subtle detail. I don't think I'd have noticed that if I wasn't so close. No. So sparkly. Just still checking for possible secrets. Nothing. Alrighty. So, what to do now? What to do now? Probably head back to the lake briefly. Now I've changed the position of that panel on top of the mountain. I'd like to see if anything has changed. And yes, I have noticed that the panel is the same shape as the river that drains into the lake. I just don't know what the significance of it is. Nope, that lantern's still flickering. But we're still in a position where, so far as I can tell, every single other lantern's lit up and the lanterns correspond to the lasers. So presumably we've done every laser now. So yeah, I guess just make my way through the puzzles I know about. Unfortunately, probably asking for a few hints, like I'm about to now. Any hints for this area? Could be indirect, like recap this area. Just, I don't know what to do with a broken speaker, unless it just so happens that in the forest there's a speaker that produces the exact same sound that I'm supposed to be listening for. Hint, it's soundproof. Oh, the hint is it's soundproof. Oh. Okay, that I've got to admit. You know, the funny thing is, if I had tried to brute force this is actually the first one I would have tried. And obviously the second one would have been that, and then that, and then that, and so on. But yeah. It was a good hint. I was just a bit dumb. I'm not sure how you possibly could have hinted at that in a way which wasn't, in which I wouldn't have. It hinted in a way which would have been useful, but in which I wouldn't have immediately got it. Just somehow, it didn't click. It's not solved yet. Ooh. You're right. Oh, it accepts anything. Okay. I'm a fool. That's odd. Oh, because I never did that one properly. And this one might not be right either. Okay, so ignore everything I just said. I'm even more of a fool than I thought I was. I haven't solved it at all. See, previously I did something like this and the game appeared to accept it, and so I was like, oh, okay. There's only so many combinations here that are even possible. I tried that one, it didn't like it, did it? I am thinking that sound effect could be the hint, but that would be... I don't think that's something that I could input. That sound effect, I mean. Maybe. No. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like the fact there's no confirmation on either of them. Wait, am I missing something here? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I was wondering if I was going from the silence thing again. I was wondering if the way to win is not to play at all, as it were. Yeah, this will accept anything. Hint is, it's soundproof. And the speaker's broken. I feel like that's probably the sound I'm supposed to be taking as my hint, my cue. Oh, I just don't think I have the ear for it though. If that is the solution. What I can hear is pitch modulation. That's the sort of sound you'd get if you played a very high note on a keyboard whilst wiggling a pitch modulation slider quite quickly. It's the same sort of sound that you often heard in the original series of Star Trek. That's one of the bleepy noises that some of their machinery would make, like probes they would send out, that sort of thing. I wonder if early radars made that sort of noise as well. Or at least became associated with that noise in films. Don't need an ear to hear it. The speaker is broken. Well, I was wondering if the solution is silence, but I just don't see a way I could enter silence. Like, even this technically isn't silence. Because in the previous puzzles, this related to pitch, not volume. So I've just designated a low sound. A low continuous sound. It's that bleep that I was conjecturing could be what I'm supposed to be matching. You don't need an ear for it, the speaker is broken. But like I say, there's no way to enter silence into a grid like that. Goodness me, what could it be? If it's not that. Talk me through the dots. The dots, these are hexagons. I have to go over each of them for it to be a valid solution. Previously, when we'd encountered these in audio puzzles, I believe they corresponded to pitch. It has been a while. There's a slim chance these were actually volume, but I think these were pitch. Just like this. So I would then have a choice of 4 pitches. I think the smallest was the highest and the largest was the lowest. So, for example, this is quite low, very high, not quite as high, lowest. Which is why I say it's not possible for me to enter silence. Now, any solution that is valid has to go over each of the hexagons. But if I go over even one hexagon, then I'm implicitly stating that there is a noise. So Same problem here. This doesn't mean there's no sound or a very quiet sound. This means there's a low hum. Yeah, it's not silence, but you don't need to listen. Goodness me. Are you the Riddler by any chance? Bit strange that there's a piece missing there. Just for my curiosity's sake, does that correspond to anything up here? Not really. It's not silence, but you don't need to listen. Well, I mean, there's only two possibilities. Either I have to look, since that's the two ways you can experience a game world, through sound and sight, or it's something more abstract, more fundamental than that. You know, like say the Fibonacci sequence, though obviously I couldn't enter the Fibonacci sequence into this. But you know, that's what I mean by something more abstract, more fundamental. If I'm looking, what am I looking for? What's going to... give me some sense of high and low? Because that's what these both grids in different ways represent. They represent the changes from high to low. Well, I suppose the absolute levels of high and low. I'm very aware of this. These parts of the speaker on the ground, but if it's a clue, I'm not sure how to interpret it. What's happening when you input solutions? What's preventing completion? Nothing. That's the problem. Well, in this case I have to go over all of the dots. But it's just that once I complete one of them, the other one resets. Normally you would expect a puzzle to complain if you put in a solution that doesn't work. There's a noise and then it cancels. Blast. Yeah, individually there's no problem, but together there is. This is a very interesting problem. given that my only way to interact with the world is through this point and click interface. Interesting that it's the sound of a correct or incorrect, presumably. No, only a correct solution creates a problem. This noise is fine. Perhaps it's the sound of completing this that I'm supposed to input on the other one. Or that. Pretty sure that's just raising in pitch. Is that this? And then I just put anything I like in here? Or possibly this? Wait, does it go low and then go high? But you did say I don't have to listen for anything. Which means that can't be it. So I'm looking for a different type of solution. Oh, it can't be. Wait, no, I can't. The game doesn't let me change the volume. That was the whole thing I was complaining about when I did my first stream of this game, that it wouldn't let me change the game's volume. So it's not like I can just mute the game. I mean, I could mute the game externally, but I don't think the game would know or care. Goodness. I do like it when games do stuff like that. Oh, you mean when you have to change game options to solve a puzzle? Yeah, no sound options. I admit it would have been a clever solution to the puzzle if that were the case. But like I say, I can't mute the game from within the game. So that can't be it. Can I get a ridiculous angle on it through the windows or something? So I'm so far away that... No, the angle's all wrong. Am I supposed to replace a piece here? But in the entire game up to this point, I have never held an item. So that seems exceptionally unlikely. So I'm not supposed to be listening for anything. The problem is that when one of them makes a noise, it seems it cancels the other one. I can't solve them both simultaneously, that's just not possible. Trying to complete them from a long way away doesn't help. In theory, if I could complete them from a very, very long way away, that might do it, but I don't have that option. Even that would be very video game logic though, since clearly if this were real, they'd still be making a noise no matter how far away I was. It's just that they're, in terms of the game's sound system, the volume may have been attenuated to nothing if I was far enough away. I was just thinking, if I did something ridiculous that wouldn't normally be possible in this puzzle, does it make a different noise or no noise or something? But no. No such luck there. But it is a major hint that it is being accepted. That was the first thing I remarked that was strange about these puzzles, that the fact, like, unlike any other puzzle in this game so far, these will apparently accept any solution. So what am I missing? I have to complete them sequentially, that's not optional. But I have no way to make this area more silent than it already is. I don't think the game physically represents where the noises are coming from. It's not like these have speakers that are in the world that I could then destroy. If I could repair the speaker or put another speaker in here, in theory, I could then answer it based on a different noise. I don't think that's very likely to be a solution. I take it this isn't far enough away to make a difference, is it? No. What am I missing? We've identified at least part of the problem. It's that when one completes, it knocks the other one out. If you hadn't told me I don't have to listen to anything, I would think this is the sound I'm supposed to be encoding. My ear's just not up to it though. Hello Yisha, it's lovely to see you. How are you? How's your day been? Did you manage to catch up on your sleep in the end? I think that was the last stream you attended. That you'd had a very bad night. I'm sorry, I think I'm gonna need another hint. I know you've given hint and hint over and over again so far, but I'm just not getting it tonight, I'm afraid. I am doing quite well. I hope you're doing well. Took me a couple of nights, but then I got an acceptable one finally. Not great, but yeah. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what that's like. Sorry to hear that. I'm a bit of a riddler, A, because it's getting harder not to give it all away. Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to mute the game externally. I really don't think the game's gonna know though. Right, the game should be muted now. Nah. It was worth a go. I don't seem to be able to access anything from another area. Are there sound nodes in here? No. Regrettably. Each panel only resets based on the input of the other. Meaning I could solve one repeatedly in theory. I don't see why why that would be an advantage though. Could I solve one so quickly the other one hasn't finished making a noise? Oh, this is hard. Let's turn the mouse sensitivity down a bit so I have more precise control. Really? This is so daft. Goodness me. What am I missing? So, what do we know so far? They'll accept any solution individually. When one of them is solved, it knocks out the other one, presumably due to the sound that is being produced. I know of no way that I can stop one of them from producing a sound when it completes. I have to do them sequentially because that's how the game's interface works. There are two variants of the same puzzle. I mean, the only other thing I can think is, like I suggested before, is it that I'm supposed to have one of them set to the completion noise? That noise. But as I suggested before, my ears just aren't up to that. It also contradicts what you said before about not needing to use your ears. The puzzle can be done visually, once you know the rules from earlier. I am such a fool then. What am I missing? It starts loud, then gets quieter? I can only do it the other way round. It starts quiet, then gets louder. I know how the game's all I love how the game is all about consistency once you know what's going on. I do realise that's another hint, but unfortunately it's gone over my head. Hello, Taminky. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm impressed you knew it was a hint without seeing the hint. Recheck the rules you learned in the jungle. Fair enough. I can remember the way back in, that is. Nope, I can't go that way because that way was cut off earlier on. Was there a way through here? Maybe? Oh, no, I've just gone back on myself. Wait. Huh. Yep, gone back on myself. How do I get in there? Oh, I remember. It's the other side of the temple, isn't it? That's the other entrance. Yeah. Let's just take the long way round. I say the long way round. The way round. You never opened the shortcut? Oh, through here? No, I couldn't figure it out. That's on the list of things to do. That's the next thing I want to do after I've finished all the puzzles in the town. I mean, I comprehend that it's probably the same sort of solution as the rest of the temple. There's probably something in the area that I can look at that then shows me which edges to go for or which edges to avoid. But I just never figured it out. And the door at the bamboo laser. Door at the bamboo laser? Oh, you mean on the other side of the shortcut? If you mean the cave entrance, then the answer is no. I did not manage to open the door for the cave entrance on that side either. If you mean something about here, then I don't know what you're referring to. Anyway, where were we? I was going to check the rules. If I can find the puzzles again. They're about here somewhere. Somewhere. Oh my goodness, I've completely forgotten, haven't I? Where are they? Just following the cable's probably the quickest way. Right. That's a very different puzzle. Wait, did I ever use that one though? I must have. Yes, I see. Yep, I remember them. Did you get a laser in the jungle? I did indeed. Missed the shortcut door. I've seen it happen with others too. Well, now this is starting to sound embarrassing. Right, that's pitch. It's pitch of the bird call. That looks like... Oh, that's one of the speakers. Again, this is all pitch. I remember these started to get really annoying because not only was I trying to listen out for changes in pitch, which, you know, is not necessarily all that straightforward, but then they started overlaying sounds, which started getting particularly frustrating, and then they started changing, or they made it difficult to recognise which sound it was you were even looking for. So they'd have like two animals making noises at the same time, and it wasn't necessarily obvious at first hearing which animal you're even listening for. I thought it was a real phone at first, was distracted with some paperwork for work. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to troll you. Yep, that's a simple one. Yep. I'm really sorry to say that the rules are pretty much as I remembered them. Maybe I'm missing something? Maybe I never learned something. Maybe I just lucked my way through. I don't know. What was the rule of the hexagons up top? Oh, the hexagon rule. That was also, I'm pretty sure, pitch. I'll double check it wasn't volume. But I had to cross them in a given order. So small is high, large is low. So you can quite clearly hear that bird going high, low, high, low. And that's the solution. Got me a little paranoid now about this shortcut door that's supposedly here. Okay, good. Sometimes people misremember which size is high and which is low. Well, that implies that I am supposed to be... where am I going? I want to go to the town. Which way is that? This way. What was I saying? Sometimes people misremember the order based on the size of the hexagons. Yeah, well, that's the thing. See, an idea I had was that perhaps... Wrong one. Perhaps it's that noise that I'm supposed to be encoding, because if the other one already has the... if in one of them I have already entered the correct sequence for this noise, then in theory it wouldn't be cancelled. In theory. But there's two problems with that. The first one is that I've been... I understand that it's supposed to be possible to solve this puzzle entirely visually without having to listen out at all. And another problem is that you can quite clearly hear it's going from low to high, but I can't do it entirely from low to high. That's fairly easy to prove. You just get stuck. I can do high to low, but that's not what's being asked. Knowledge of which pitch is useful, but knowing the rules you could now be deaf. Through the bamboo. Do I just need to match these up? Well, this only has 3 options. This one has 4. What did I say I could do? I can do high to low, so I could do that. This would also figure with your consistency hint. Those 2 are medium. Ah. And here I thought I was onto something. How else could they be interpreting this? They might be interpreting those 2 as the same size. In which case I have 2 lows. So it would be something like this. Oh my goodness. Oh, I am so incompetent. Thank you, everybody. Okie dokie. Why do I feel like the puzzles here are going to be... There's going to be more to them than meets the eye. It can't be an accident we have this area here, which seems to show flowers of varying colours. I suppose a naive way to try to solve this would be like that. Yeah, I thought so. I'm not getting away with it that easy. Wait, did I make a mistake? I did make a mistake. I should have done that. Yep, not getting away with it that easy. Oh dear, please tell me I'm not supposed to do this in reverse. I'm not supposed to figure out, well, this black one is actually red, whereas this one is actually green or something. Perhaps it's just trying to tell me that green and red and white feature. There is another plant peeking up over here. Can't quite tell what colour that is. Might be blue, might be green. Hold on. Is this the kind of puzzle where I change the solution here and then something in the surroundings changes? I'm thinking a different coloured light flows in. Oh, I think that's quite likely. Okay, I'm just trying to think. What is going to be, if that's what's going to happen, what's going to be the best sort of diagram I could make to keep a record of what was where? I suppose, honestly, don't overcomplicate things. Just do 3 diagrams. Bit of a nuisance, but... well, there's 2 diagrams. There's 2 grids anyway, besides the grid which I'm speculating will change the colour of the room. Oh yeah, one of them's white. That's probably the setting it's on right now, and that's probably blue. One of these is probably green, and one of these is probably red. Hello, Orion. How goes the puzzling today? So-so. It's been... it's been challenging today. I haven't been making progress as quickly as I was in the past, but with the help of the odd, very appreciated hint, I have slowly been managing to make some progress. In case you were wondering exactly how far I am, apparently 423 puzzles solved, so 100 to go. So that's one of them. Yes, I finished on Monday, notionally. Indeed, I have returned. I think I have... how many lasers do I have now? I think I have every laser, which is 11. We can check that in a minute. We'll do this area first, I think. Yes. That's what's going on here. I had a feeling. So when I was playing through the game before tonight's stream, of course I was avoiding every spoiler, but given that I realised I was going back and completing every puzzle that I hadn't yet completed as part of finishing the game's main objective, I did some looking online to see where some of the missing puzzles were and how I could identify them, because I didn't want to spend loads of time searching for puzzles, going on a merry Easter egg hunt, I suppose. I'd rather spend my time actually solving the puzzles now that I'm just wrapping up. That's when I found out about the lake. I also learned that apparently when you get all the lasers to the mountain, something secret opens up, but I don't know where that secret thing is. So that's going to be interesting. Uh-oh, that's risky. Well, I'll be I don't see why I would look up any more anything more from this point onwards. There's also something totally else that you apparently don't know about yet, but no spoilers on that. Ooh. Oh, I see. I think. Yeah. I think it wants me... Oops. Hold on. To do something like that. There we go. My puzzle count. Apparently I'm on 424 now. Allegedly I've solved another puzzle. That's presumably just interacting with that panel. I wouldn't consider that solving a puzzle myself, but yeah. What are we on now? We're on red, aren't we? Oh, I'm gonna have to combine these diagrams afterwards, aren't I? Never mind. Fun, exciting. I don't like spending large amounts of time doing diagrams because you can't see them. But sometimes it's the only way, obviously. Or by far and away the fastest way. Do you like scavenger hunts? Not especially. Why, is that what I've got in store for me? How am I going to do this? Whew. Just thinking about how I'm going to combine these. I'm just going to have to do it the long-winded way, aren't I? So those two are magenta. Then below it we have a magenta and a white. What else do we have? So, no blue, no green, reds with one black. Noted. What else? No blue again, no green again. Lots of blacks, one red. What else? We have lots of blue, mostly... Oh. Yes, we have blues and reds across the board. Lots of whites, one purple. Sorry, that should be magenta, shouldn't it? Technically. Also filled it out wrong. That one's the magenta one. Right, that's been recorded. So in theory, I should have everything I need to solve that one now. Just double checking ever so quickly. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's do the other one. Only if you want to. I mean, I suppose it depends upon the scavenger hunt, but it's not something that... Ooh. It's not something which intrinsically is normally that interesting. So right, we've got reds across the board. 3 of them have blue. 1 of them has green instead. So that's yellow and magentas. I'm doing this in quarters, incidentally, just since we've got... I'm doing each of these blocks of 4 as I'm filling it out, since that's a fairly quick way to do it. Right, we have blues across the board, we have greens across the board, we have reds across the board. Really? That's just a white corner, is it? Surprising, but I'll assume for now that I didn't make a mistake. What else? Right, no blues, no greens, and most... Okay, blues and greens are going to make cyan. So it's mostly cyans with 1 white. I spy something red, or is it white? With red light. Oh, colour theory. What have we got? Greens across the boards, no reds. So that means mostly... Wait, greens across the boards. Across the board, so it's mostly green with 1 cyan. That means I must have made a mistake. I reckon there was probably a green. No, there couldn't have been a green there. Ooh, could that have been my mistake? No, red and blue does make magenta. I definitely made a mistake somewhere here. Let me just go back through my working. So we had reds across the boards. We had some greens and some blues, but always mutually exclusive. I think I filled that one in backwards. I think that should have been 1 magenta and 3 yellows as opposed to the alternative. But even if that's the case, that still doesn't solve the discrepancy. No blues. No greens. Hang on. I'll go back to do that one in a second. Let's see if my solution to this one is correct. I actually have a lot of fun replaying it. I don't get the fun of learning the rules, but it's still fun to resolve. Then again, I have no memory for solutions. Me neither. Right. What's this going to look like? Does that work? There's a pair of blues. No, there's nothing for the red to pair to. Oh my goodness. Even though I think I've got the colours right here, this is still going to be a nuisance. Let's do it this way. Those are paired off. These are paired off. These are paired off. These are paired off. So what do we have? Pair of magentas, pair of blues, pair of reds, pair of whites. And in this area, we're in trouble because I bisected the middle, I think. Yep. So that's not going to work. Would that have worked if it weren't for the bisection problem? Let me see. We'd have had a pair of blues, pair of reds, pair of whites, pair of magentas. Okay, that's the only problem then. I need to keep the... Somehow I need to... keep things accessible. In the center. I see the puzzle and I remember. I guess I could try speedrunning. Oh, I have to check out randomizers, thanks. Yeah, I don't memorize or solve again. Each time I spectate. Ahaha. Blast. Oh, of course, because I cut that off. Of course that wouldn't have worked. What should I have done then? That? No. There are a few. A pair of randomizers by Sigma 144 are the ones were recommended that were recommended to me. What about... Nope. That won't work. Goodness me, this is not easy. I can do that, but then I get a bit stuck over here. Regular randomized any puzzle with rule icons right from the start. i.e. things like the Autumn Forest can't be randomized. That obviously won't work. The high difficulty one adds new rules too. Goodness me. The one thing this game was lacking. Is the sound jungle randomized? Can they insert audio over the birds? Or is that not randomized? No, I understand. I'm just, Just reading out chat since I don't have a chat display. It's been a couple of months since last used the basic randomizer. I didn't do that yet, but I'm guessing it can't be randomized. In theory, it could be randomized. I just don't think they bothered. Oh, this is an interesting point. I can't do all four corners, can I? I can only do at most... At least not that way I can't. What about that? That cuts off the bottom bit, which clearly won't be valid. Yeah, not without bisecting, I can't. Well, that makes me very curious. How am I supposed to do it then? They can't use neural nets then to generate new bird calls dynamically. That obviously won't work. Anyway, back to my usual mostly lurking. Enjoy. Well, please enjoy your lurk. I did add a lurk command since last stream. Forgotten who it was last week that tried it and it didn't work. I have to add back, do I? Alright. I'll add that to the list. No, that's alright. I like adding these little details for the viewers. I genuinely, when I added the lurk command, I was thinking, should I add an unlurk command? And then I thought about it. Well, the unlurk just sounds daft. I've never heard of someone unlurking, so that's probably not a thing. Followage. Or follow age. Is that actually a command? Is that supposed to return how long you've been following for? Or, on stream elements, I think. Jump scare? That sounds awful. Puzzle count. As if you'd be so lucky. I don't think you could even do that thinking about it. It would have to be, you could, but it would have to be a program running on my machine, which would then post into chat. Otherwise, there's no way it could probe the memory of the game to figure out how many puzzles had been solved. half-look. Orion attempts to sink into the shadows. The lights are too bright and the conversation too interesting. They are not successfully lurking. Oh, goodness me. No, that can't be right. Something lurking in this deep red light would be disturbing. Hey, what's that behind you? Probably the wall, I would guess. There must be a clever way of doing this. I'm convinced I'm doing this wrong. Or a more clever way to do this, even. The problem is now I've bisected the grid. Witness is a horror game. Oh my goodness, what am I missing? I've got what I believe the grid to be in front of me in my physical notes, but I just cannot think of a way of pairing them up properly. It's particularly annoying that I think this one, in fact you can see this one has to be paired up over here. Because it's difficult to capture stars here and yet still leave this one exposed to the centre. And now I've just cut off my only exit. Don't you wish there was a white light you could turn on? Ish. It would mean that I could confirm that the pattern that I've got in front of me is correct. Specifically, I think this is red, these are blue, these are all white, that's magenta, these are all red, that's blue, these are all magenta, that's white. And there is a certain symmetry to that, so that does seem very plausible. The problem is, like, these all are one colour. No, they're not. These all are one colour. 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 And because I need to leave, because this like pairs up over here and this pairs up over here and so on, it feels like I need to leave the center open because I'm connecting up diagonally across the board on both sides. If I do that, I just cannot think of a way to isolate all of the pairs that I need to. Wait. No, because that bisects the board. Otherwise that would work. Obviously that won't work. There isn't. I assume the there isn't is a reference to the white light. Oh dear. Deary, deary me. I just don't see another way of doing this which doesn't involve keeping the centre clear. So there's sort of two problems going on here. One is that I have these diagonal pairs, which are very annoying. But the other issue is the fact that if I have the source in one corner and the endpoint in the other, I can only visit going round, like this, up to 3 of the corners. I can't then do the 4th, because there's no way for me to get over there without blocking off my only exit. I mean, I can sort of do stuff like that, but that's different. I suppose what I'm saying is, if I'm skirting around the outside, I can touch a maximum of 3 corners. I can't do 4. And this is just a general property of moving about a grid like this if you can't cross your own beam. If you can't go back on yourself. So we've run into this particular constraint over and over and over again when solving the puzzles. But is that combination, the fact that for the diagonal pairs I need to keep the centre completely clear, and the fact that I have this constraint where I can only visit 3 corners skirting around the outside, and the fact that I need to contain quite a lot of these pairs to prevent the solution from being rejected because there's 3 or more of the same colour in one region. All those things together, well, I mean, that is this puzzle, isn't it? But for the life of me, I just cannot think how I would do it. This will be rejected because there's too many whites in the centre area. Still, that's what's going through my head. Could I? No, I've tried that. I was about to say, could I do something like this? And yes, I can, but then I've completely cut off this from the rest, which isn't much good. And that's not going to work because now I can't do the diagonal pairings. Is there some clever way I can do this? Probably not. Doesn't sound like something I'd be involved in. I could verify everything again. Well, I've been on this so long, perhaps I should. Because, strictly speaking, it's possible the reason I'm struggling is because I may have copied the diagrams down wrong. And I may have given myself an impossible problem. This stage of the checking won't take long, because the human eye is very good at looking at two different things and seeing if they're the same or different. It's the second stage that'll take longer, where I have to actually check whether I've combined the colours correctly. Well, the good news is I agree with all my copied out diagrams. Right, do you know what? While I'm at it, why don't I just do it again? If I'm going to be verifying it all, I may as well just redraw it from scratch and then check if they're the same. So, we have blues and reds across the board. So you end up with a white in that corner and magentas elsewhere. Which is in fact what I already had. Right, no blues, no greens, so we end up with reds and a black in that corner. Ah, I see a problem. Yes, I see a problem. You're gonna laugh. I used B to signify both blue and black. And I've only just noticed. So yeah, not my finest moment. Right, that's reds and blacks. In this case, I don't think it actually matters. As it happens, I don't think this one has any blues. I'll just double check. No, it doesn't. So this is going to be whites and magentas. Or a magenta, I should say. MTG rules. B is black, U is blue. MTG? I don't recognise that off the top of my head. So this one I have copied out correctly. I am pretty confident that this is... The problem I was trying to solve is the actual problem. Magic the Gathering card game. Oh, okay. I didn't recognise the abbreviation in this context, but that makes sense. Well, I mean, it must be soluble. Maybe try solving in green light to visually help with the corner areas. I mean, I could. But to be honest, I'm not looking at this very much. I'm mostly looking at my diagram. I can see what's being asked, I'm just not clever enough to figure out how to do it. That's the problem. Yeah, this is Prop 2 of the top 5 hardest puzzles. Well, at least it's not just me then. So one thing I noticed is that the outliers in these two corners are on the outside. That may make them easier to isolate. Problem is I can't easily visit both these corners without bisecting the grid. When I say I'll make them easier to isolate, I mean if I wanted to pair them up like so. Problem is that's not going to work as I've got it here. because we have two blacks that aren't paired up. They've been separated from each other. The age-old magic topography that avoids bisection. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. Right, this one needs to be paired up over here, despite the fact that it is right next to the endpoint. So for example, if I were to do that, which obviously would mean that there would be no solution, but still, I'd have to go to the endpoint. My point is, once I get to about here, I don't have a lot of freedom. I mean, I can do stuff like that, of course. Or that. Oh, the age-old magic topography that avoids bisection. Sorry, you were of course joking. What could I do? What could I do? I can't bisect the grid. That's not going to work. What does that mean in real terms? Well, not entirely a joke. There are some common tricks and illusions and such. Is there some sort of fancy way of containing everything such that, well, that's not going to do it. What I'm now thinking about is which nodes can I even contain without risking bisection. If I had to, even ignoring the problem about getting to the exit and not scuppering myself like so, how could I contain some nodes from each corner, preferably 2 from each corner, without bisecting the grid? I'm dubious as to whether it can even be done. No, I don't think it can be done. I don't think. Alright, what does that tell me? Do you want a tiny hint or want complete blind? Tell you what, give me 5 more minutes, and if I haven't solved it by then, I'll ask for a hint. But thank you for the offer, I do appreciate it. So where was I? How can I... Which ones can I even contain? It's so bizarre that this one needs to be able to reach over here. And this one needs to be able to reach over here simultaneously. And likewise here to here, and so on, and here to here. Truth. I mean, I know I can't bisect the grid. That's obvious. So... Hang on. If I get this far, for example, containing one of the blacks... Actually, that's a bad example. Let's go with this one. I've started to contain one of the reds. From this point onwards, I know two things. I must get another one of the reds, and obviously I must not bisect the board. That's not actually as terrible as you might think. What have I done wrong here? I'd need that one as well. So what do we have here? We have 2 reds, 2 whites, 2 blacks. And the only problem is the magenta up in the other corner. But I can't... I'm pretty sure I can't get both those magenta without bisecting the board. I could grab one magenta. What was the solution I had before that? So we're closer now. Ah, but these whites... Yeah, they're going to be a problem. So what do I have? I have 2 blacks, 2 reds, a magenta. So ideally I want 2 whites and a... Ah, but then that white in the corner isn't matched up to anything. How did I do the equivalent of that before? I missed it out, didn't I? made sure it was on the other side. It's almost I want to get this pair, this pair, this pair, and this pair. When I say pair, they're not of the same colour, I mean just two of them, all together somehow, and separate from the rest. Which seems challenging. I mean, we looked at solutions along these lines right at the very beginning, and they look very promising until you get this far, and then you run into the old can't go back on yourself problem. Alright, I've had more than my 5 minutes. I should probably take a hint. In each case, if I'm avoiding the odd one out to try and allow it to be in one uncontained area around the outside, there's exactly... No, that doesn't work, never mind. Hint, don't try to put any pair on its own. That's useful. So it's magenta, magenta, white, magenta, red, black, red, red, black, black, red, black, white, magenta, white, white. I don't know why I didn't see that a long time ago. Oh dear. Well, got there in the end. One more to go. So I'm going to draw this one out again because I'm pretty sure I got it wrong when I drew it out last time. So we have reds across the board, and then it's right, magenta surrounded by yellows. That was a neater solution than I've seen in a while. Oh, thank you. Right, so we have red in one corner surrounded by blacks. And then finally, we have green. Greens with a cyan in the corner, I think, which doesn't make sense. That's what tipped me off initially, that I'd done something wrong, wasn't it? Because I ended up with an odd cyan. I am actually going to go back and check my diagrams for this one a second time. Clearly I've done something wrong. So for blue, yes, 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 I agree with that. For green, yes, 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 I agree with all of that. And for red, for red, yes, 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 yes. How's that possible? Have I combined them incorrectly? Is that what went wrong? Let's see, I'm looking for cyan. Cyan is blue and red. No, it's not. It's blue and green. I don't know why I said that. Am I going out of my mind? Yeah, I usually squiggle from the bottom right and top left corners. Hold on, let's start with red. That's not red. Right, so we're looking for where there's cyan. Cyan is green and blue, so these are the only possible candidates where you could have cyan. Those 7. Now we'll go for blue. So there's only one place where it could be. There. And if I complete here, they're not stars. Oh, that's why. Oh my goodness, I'm such a fool. I was looking at it for so long thinking, how could I possibly have a individual cyan? That doesn't make sense. How can I pair it if it's on its own? That's not what I'm being asked to do. Okay. What are the rules regarding these? It's that they have to be in each their own group, I think. Oh, was that not correct? What have we got here? We've got... Oh, it'll be the centre bit that was wrong, I imagine. I'll double check that in a second. So that's... looks plausible. Right, what do we have? We have... In the bottom left corner, we have 3 blacks that have been isolated and a red, which is isolated. Then in the bottom right, we have all greens that have been isolated and a cyan that has been isolated. Then we have, going from the top left, we have a magenta that's on its own, followed by yellows that have all been isolated. And finally in the top right, we have all whites. Why didn't that work? Lol, squares don't need pairs. Yeah. So, just double checking, well, I suppose triple checking my diagram again. So reds across the boards, alternating green or blue, so I'm expecting yellows and magentas. Mostly yellows. That's what I've got. And the odd one out is in the correct position. Next we have greens and reds across the board and blues across the board, so it's all white. That makes sense. Mostly blacks with a single red in one corner. Yes. Finally, no reds at all. Greens across the boards with mostly no blues but one blue. So that gives us greens and cyan. That's all correct. Red and cyan insane. Thank you. I'll double check that, but I'm sure you're right. That's the one. Thank you. That's going to be a nuisance, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe I've just solved it. No. I've not solved it. There we go. Got there in the end. Yeah, sorry that took so long, everyone. Thank you. I was kind of expecting it to do something, though, but it doesn't appear to have. Congrats on the +1. Did that really do nothing at all? I think it didn't do anything. Alright then. I mean, that's still another pair of puzzles down. Where are we now? 426. Thank you, Jenny. Now, I've been hearing something about a shortcut door, which I can only assume is this, though it might not be. Go to the bamboo laser. Oh, the bamboo laser. Ah, sorry. I think you said bamboo laser before, and for some reason I went to the temple one. Bamboo laser. Somewhere about here. Up this way, maybe? Think so. Through here? Yeah, bamboo laser. Oh dear. Apparently I'm as ineffectual navigating as I was at solving that last puzzle. Where was it? I could have sworn it was in here. The maze is so mind-boggling. Hold on. Isn't there an easier way? No, because the canopy is too dense. Follow left wall. Okie doke. It's the Microsoft Screensaver Maze solution. Maze Hunt solution. Yeah, I'm not sure this is the one. I'm turning left. It makes more sense to just try every combination. That is, I should have been more clear. That is, like, take every left turn and then when those are exhausted go right and so on. Though that does involve backtracking, of course. That wasn't the left wall. I assumed you meant the bamboo that was on my left. Since it, you know, forms a sort of wall. Is this the way? Yes! We're here. Oh, that's nice. Well, that would have been helpful earlier. Never mind, here we are. Does that count as a puzzle? No. Hello, Terminus Ooze. It's lovely to see you again. Right. This one. How am I going to do this? A very good question. Yep, just trying to make my way through the remaining puzzles. There's, there's less than 100. Oh no. I just realised, if that's 0 solved, then that must have been when I loaded up today. So I've done what, about less than 10? I'm not sure how many I would have completed up to the point that this save was created. Oh dear. How upsetting. I seem to remember this one doesn't work the way you'd think it would now. Yes, but hard ones. This is true. Wow. I say that. These are certainly ones I found difficult. I don't know if anyone else would have found them difficult. Right, I can only assume there's a clue in the environment as to how I get through there. I just don't know where that clue is. I know there was at least one bit of information I didn't use from the temple, so it's worth going back and double checking that. Making a note that the source was on the bottom of the grid. Right. Oh wait, is that what I wanted? That is what I wanted. Yes, there's the information here that I never used. I never found out what it was for. I got as far as figuring out that the fruits were probably sources and they lined up to create what was probably paths. But that's about it. Unfortunately, none of them are in the right position to be the solution to the puzzle we're currently looking at. So that's a shame. I take it it's not something daft, like I copy this one. Or this one. No, surely not. That would be silly. I do notice the funky stuff going on here. Don't really know what, if any, significance it has. Okay, I realise it doesn't look like I've spent very long on this puzzle, but I have actually spent quite a lot of time in previous streams trying to solve how to get through there, so I would appreciate a hint. Like I say, I assume it's just environmental information. Somewhere about here there is some sort of clue that tells me how I get through here. Probably like branches on a tree or something. But I've looked for some time and not found anything. That was interesting. There's roots over there. I'm going to have a closer look at them quickly. Walk slowly. Okay. Ooh. That might be how I get through here, though. Haven't the foggiest how this lines up, though. I think you found the root of the problem. Yes, indeed. Question is, how do I know? Well, first of all, I don't have that over here, unless I'm supposed to just remember the pattern and solve it as though it lined up. But also, there's what, 3 trees here, and quite a few ways the roots could connect. So I'm still a ways away from a solution, unfortunately. We can sell from far away, by the way, through the roots. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Only catch is I have to actually find how this goes together. This looks plausible, but no. Okay, we'll dismiss that one for now. This one just doesn't really look like it lines up at all, does it? Not usefully. Nor this one. This one was the most convincing, even though it didn't work. Perhaps I should be trying to line up the top of it with suitable branching points like that. Let's go back to this one. Because as I say, it didn't work, but it was the most convincing. Could it be that I lined it up incorrectly? So what do we have? This. That's what I tried and it didn't work. Oh, because I didn't get that. How is it convincing if it didn't work? That sounds like gaslighting. Because sometimes you... Sometimes you can have the right idea but make little mistakes, like not lining things up properly. What I mean is the others just didn't look like they fit at all, whereas this one looks like it could fit. But I haven't successfully matched it up yet. See, 'cause with a lot of these other ones, even if I try to match them up, I don't even have the whole grid on screen. This one at least has that virtue. Problem is I'd have to go around something like that and then I can't get back to the end. If it is in fact another one, then... oh, it raises the question I addressed before, which is how do I know when I'm in the right position? Is there anything here which could be being used as a hint for getting the orientation correct? I don't see anything. I wonder if once I solve this one, then the solution to this one becomes available. Just a thought. Fingers crossed. Hey! To be honest, I didn't like that puzzle all that much. Because of the fact it was just trial and error to match it up, and that, as far as I could tell, there was nothing in the environment to help you match the routes to the door. Nevertheless, we got through. Progress has been made. Red herring routes. Yeah. Ooh. It's another one of these rooms. So each of those route sections has a round section at the bottom that lines up with the start. That's interesting. I had considered that, but wouldn't that mean that it would cover up the start? Which would be a bit suboptimal. That matched the door shape but didn't solve the puzzle rules correctly. It surrounds it a bit. Oh, okay. Okay, perhaps that is just on me then. Just going backwards through my notes. Yes, I don't have enough space on the page where I previously had some of these hexagonal diagrams written down, so I'm going to have to do a new one, which is fine, shouldn't take all that long. These are quite easy to draw. I can see why really hardcore enthusiasts of puzzle games like this like The Witness so much. Right, that's the hexagon. Now let's outline the path. There's 4 root mazes there. Only that one lets you separate the 2 blocks and go through the dot. Yeah. Well, that's what I expected. It's just like I say, I didn't figure out how to line it up correctly. I just had to use trial and error, which was frustrating. But yeah, it does sound like I just missed a detail as opposed to that being due to anything else. But yeah, I can see why really hardcore puzzle fans would adore The Witness, because I can see how you could get stuck on a puzzle for absolutely ages, like I have, and then just suddenly notice a small aspect of the environment that you hadn't thought of, or that you hadn't noticed before, and then it all just falls together. And I could see someone who's... oh, I can't even check very easily, can I? Who's, who enjoys that, spending, you know, well over 100 hours playing this game. I mean, there's a lot of layers to this game. Right, what am I going to do about this one? I doubt it's lining up the bamboo leaves, because, well, there's no way to line it up correctly. Previous hint still applies. Walk around slowly. Okie dokie. That's fair. Although this isn't visible from many angles. What do we think? Could that be it? Ah. Other possible candidate. Hey! Excellent. 428. Getting there. Slowly. Where to now? Windmill. The windmill. That is, I think, the final area where I know there are puzzles I haven't solved. I think after that, it's entirely puzzles... I don't know about. Where did I put that windmill? It's about here somewhere. You had it lined up a little funny, which is why there were 2 possible solutions. Ooh. Oh, yes. Not 2 solutions that the game would accept. It was because I lined it up a little off that there was 2 solutions I could have attempted. Yes. Following the right rock is sufficient. Right, now, We've been here a few times before. We've solved some of the puzzles here. But there were other puzzles which at the time... Interesting. There were other puzzles which at the time I didn't know how to complete. I wonder if those three... Hold on, I should have written down where I found that hexagon puzzle. Near temple. What was I saying? There were some puzzles that I never actually... I didn't know how to solve. And I wonder if the hexagon diagrams we keep stumbling across, I wonder if one of them is a solution to this. I don't think so. Oh, maybe. The one near the fork could be. Could it? No, because that would need... That would need a end point coming off of there. So no, sadly I don't think any of the diagrams we have match up with what we see here, due to the positioning of the start and end point. Very interesting. I wonder if there's some story exposition that goes on in there. Oh yes, we didn't know how to solve these before. No, I don't suppose I knew how to solve either of these before. Oh, I must have made... What's happening? I thought that it would correct two mistakes. Well, I say correct two mistakes. I thought it was looking for two mistakes. So there's three regions. No, there's two regions. One has got a single white piece in, and that should be picked up by one of the try points. And the other one has a single black piece in, and that should be picked up by one of the try points. Oh, apparently I just entered it wrongly previously. Fair enough. That's on me. More puzzles indeed. This is interesting. Very interesting. That doesn't work. Oh, I see. Yeah, of course that was wrong. Interesting one. Hey, got there in the end. Oh. earlier this stream, right towards the start I think, we were talking about this tunnel down here because I hadn't noticed it before, and the fact that you just reach a door that you can't get through. Well, there we go. Doesn't explain how I get through here though. Now you don't need to go all the way to the windmill every time. I suppose not. Always good to find another thing. I get the feeling that this is probably massively interconnected. As in, I think quite a lot of locations probably terminate there, or go there. Well, sometimes it's not, if you have too much. Oh, this is still out from earlier on. Perhaps it only goes away when I load a save. Where did I want to go? I wanted to go somewhere, didn't I? I remember. I wanted to go up to the desert. I did remember one more puzzle, which I know about but haven't solved, and that's in the desert. It's round the other side of the desert puzzles if you go down to the beach. Slight problem. We went there towards the beginning of this stream. I looked at the puzzle and I said, I don't know how to solve that. I don't know what the rules are. And that's still the case. Because it required... It was one of the shape puzzles, but it had hollow bits which couldn't have been connected to solid shapes. So I've done those sorts of puzzles before where you do have solid shapes and hollow bits, and the hollow bits remove squares from the solid shapes, but this wasn't one of those. It's like a turtle on its back. You'll find it where you left it. It's funny actually that I've only done so few puzzles this stream because I feel like I've covered a lot of areas. It feels like a lot of content. But in terms of the raw numbers, I think I've probably solved far fewer puzzles this stream than in most of the streams up till now. Right, this is the one, and I don't know how to solve it. So what I was talking about is the fact that if this piece was, say, here, a solution would be to just fill in, just outline these three. Like that, I just did it wrong. These three. Because you've got the... If you moved the shape, you would have the shape origin in that section, you'd have the hollow bit in that section, and because of that you remove one of the squares, and that works. The problem is, you can quite clearly see there is no way to move these shapes such that they connect up to these hollow bits, and I have no idea what to do with freestanding hollow bits. Should probably recap the rules then. To the swamp! Okay, back we go. Uh... Yes, that's a good point. I couldn't remember where I'd encountered a puzzle like that before either. Which, obviously if I had remembered, oh, I did these sort of puzzles in such and such a place, then that would have been a thing to do. But, so yes, thank you for pointing out that the swamp is the place to go. I appreciate it. Right. Here. Now I also want to give you a chance to find that unlocked area you read about, but I also think others might spoil it too easily. Well, I'm in no special hurry to find it yet, because I have, what, 90 odd puzzles left to solve. I have no idea what we're talking about, so I won't spoil anything. Very scenic journey. I just remembered when we started descending into the mountain, we ended up reaching an area where, well, it was essentially a cave where the outside of the mountain had worn away due to weathering, one would assume. And we could see into it. And I remember when we looked out of it, we were looking into the swamp. So it'll be interesting to see if that works the other way as well. You'd assume it would. Ooh, look at that. Also, that must be the end area. Oh yeah, I can see the Wonkavator. No spoilers on that. I'm sure he can figure it out. If tonight's performance has been anything to go by, I'm not so sure. You know, it's funny. I can't see the area. Oh, is that it? If so, that's well camouflaged. I reckon it is. Anyway, we're in the swamp. Right, that's no help. Let's turn this about, if I can remember how to do that. What are we trying to match up? Blue to black. Sounds straightforward enough. Wait, what shape is it? Oh, I can see. I don't know why I had to check that. Oh, that's how it worked. Yep. Down here. See, these all work the way I thought they worked. Oh, that's true. I can completely... If I completely wipe out a shape, then it can... Then I can have any size or shape containment area I like. I had completely and utterly forgotten about that. To the desert. I must say, that does feel like a rules exception as opposed to a as opposed to an odd case where a rule applies. That doesn't feel like an extrapolation of the existing rules. Because if you were to extrapolate the existing rules, you'd come to the conclusion that you'd need to contain an area of size 0, which is obviously impossible. I feel like it would be more of a singularity, as it were, in the divide by 0 sense. Pretty sure I've said that before, actually, when I was solving those puzzles. It does lead you to it, though. And then you reframe your understanding and it fits easier. Yeah. This is true. If you subtract all Tetris blocks out, it doesn't matter what the area... Yes, if you subtract all the Tetris blocks, it doesn't matter what the area's shape is. Yeah, but that, like I say, that feels like a contradiction. Because usually when you subtract squares, the contained area gets smaller and smaller. Why, when the area gets to 0, does it suddenly accept arbitrary solutions? Does it? If you have no blocks to define the shape, is the shape defined? I would say yes. It's a null shape. Perhaps that's just the way my brain works, but that makes more sense to me. To say that it's no longer defined, to me, it seems a bit like saying no numbers are no longer defined once you reach 0, because you've taken away all the items. There now no longer are any items. Well, a null shape would be no shape. Yes, not any arbitrary shape, which is distinct, I would say. In the same way that a null set contains no members. It's not any old set, it's a set that contains no members. The purpose of drawing a shape, no defined shape is just an arbitrary shape, yes? Well, it's not no defined shape, it's a shape defined as nothing. Which is impossible, of course. Impossible in the real world, but that doesn't mean that it can't be useful for analysis. In the same way that imaginary numbers are arguably impossible in the real world. But that doesn't mean they're not very useful. You're subtracting the Tetris blocks, which make you have to follow the rule for what Tetris blocks remain. No shape remains, no rules to follow. Okay, I need to do this carefully. Imaginary numbers are very useful. If it helps you, consider the 0 shape rules, the imaginary numbers of witness. How on earth do I do this? That is the question. I'm going to run into problems doing it exactly as I was thinking. Perhaps it is an arbitrary exception, but it lets you do something when you have such a situation. Yes, I agree. I wasn't criticising it as from a game design point of view. It's just, I was just commenting on the fact that it feels incongruent in my mind. So good so far. Hey! Part of the problem there is you're treating the Tetris mechanic akin to set theory, but I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I think you're subtracting the rules of the Tetris shape, not the physical area the Tetris shape originally made. Oh. Wow. What do we have here? I just realised, remember when I said that we didn't have the solution to the hexagon problem? These can be rotated. There's no way to really definitively say which way's up. And I didn't take that into account. Sorry, just drawing it out quickly. Shouldn't take long. Nearly done as it happens. Right, that's our start. Then we go round this way, this way, this way, this way. Up round this way, down here. Then we zigzag down to the bottom. And then that's the end. I think there's enough demonstrations that are actually subtracting the physical area that I think this doesn't quite work. Yeah, that I would tend to agree. But if if you have a model for it that works for you, then more power to you. As I say, I was just commenting on the fact that for me it doesn't feel quite right, but that's all, just an observation. How was it that I got down there? I know I solved the puzzles up here. Did something open up back here? Yes. Maybe. Is that a lift? I think it is. Yes. No. That must have been for the laser then. I agree with that interpretation, but removing physically from the rules feels wrong to me. Then again, I'm perfectly fine with the concept of drawing an undefined shape. There's a similar phenomena halfway through the treetop puzzles, once you only have one star. Yes, that's a really good puzzle. Oh, I'm trying to remember which one that one was. Oh, that was it. Yeah, that really rings a bell. Only reason I came down here is because I remembered there being a doorway through here that... or what looked like a doorway. Yeah. We never found a way through here. I imagined that the other side of that was the door that we just managed to get through, but that just took us to the hexagon solution and then just stopped. Not quite. The star rule is a single star must have a pair with anything of the same colour. It's just easy and only possible to do with another star in most puzzles they give you. Yes, I'd agree with that, especially since in principle I don't see why you couldn't have a puzzle with two solutions that way. Imagine you had a grid and you had two squares and you had two stars and they were all of the same colour. You could pair up the stars, a star with a square and another star with a square, or you could pair up the two stars and the two squares. That puzzle reveals the fact, I suppose, that stars and stars can pair up with squares, which up to that point you may not have realised. Yeah, but the shift in paradigm gives a similar feeling as the adjustment based on subtraction. I don't think it did for me. I remember when I discovered it, I remember the feeling as being along the lines of, oh, that's interesting, that's a bit unusual, I wasn't necessarily expecting that. Whereas the whole rule with the subtraction of shapes, to me, even now, just feels incongruent. Yeah, no idea how we get to the other door down there. Yeah, and with an eliminator in the middle. Oh, sorry. I think the stars are the hardest mechanic for me. Yeah, and with an eliminator in the middle. You put an even number of stars in a puzzle with multiple other shapes of similar colours, and my brain just shuts down. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. So I think that actually means we've reached the point where I've solved every puzzle that I know exists in the world. Naturally, we know full well there's many other puzzles in the world which I haven't solved, but that's all the ones I know about. Wait, yeah, wait, do I pair or separate? Oh, I know that feeling. Anywho, this seems like a fantastic point to end the stream. Let me quickly check if I should be raiding anyone. I should probably raid Pengi. He's a good chap. He plays a lot of puzzle games. Is he playing Portal 2 now by any chance? No, he's playing Firmament. Okay. Yeah, I probably should pop by just to say hello, but I'll have to be careful about getting too spoiled, because although I'm not planning to play Firmament in the very near future, I do intend to play it. Indeed, I do know when my next stream's going to be. So, upcoming streams. Next one's going to be tomorrow, Saturday, from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. One after that is going to be Monday, 4 o'clock British Summer Time. I assume that they're both going to be The Witness. I doubt I will have the whole Witness finished on Saturday's stream. The stream after that's going to be Fridays. Speaking of games that I'm going to be playing, hold on, I need to thank someone new. Yeah, speaking of games that I'm going to be playing, I intend to at least attempt to complete The Witness entirely. We'll see if that happens. Then I intend to take a short break from the puzzle games and play through Knights of the Old Republic, because I've heard it's a good game. Thank you very much for the follow, Taminki. I do appreciate it. And then entirely. And then after that, I will probably be playing Antichamber. That's my current thinking. It's super chill in here. Such a good stream. Oh, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yes, Antichamber. Yep, I've heard good things about Antichamber, but this is The Witness is actually the third puzzle game I've played back to back. I did the Talos Principle, followed by Return of the Obra Dinn, followed by The Witness, and like I say, the next game, Knights of the Old Republic, hopefully give my brain a bit of a rest so that when I do get to Antichamber, I'm much better rested. Right, so let's raid Pengi quickly. And yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful night, and I'll see you when I see you. Good night.